Hello and welcome again to another live train sim stream. This week we have an emphasis on Scotland. Our first journey will actually start in England, Carlisle to Glasgow in an Avanti West Coast Class 390 Pendolino. Then we transition from Train Sim Classic to Train Sim World, the Cathcart Circle in an anti-clockwise run on the Class 380, Glasgow Central to Glasgow Central. Glasgow Queen Street next for a Class 158 run to Edinburgh Waverly. We finish up with a journey on the 5 Circle with the fantastic ScotRail reskin of the HST, Edinburgh to Markinch. Well, hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock, and another set of train sim journeys. We're going to start off on Train Sim Classic with that run from Carlisle to Glasgow Central. So let's get the game loaded up to begin with. Had a bit of drama actually with the both Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World over the weekend. I was uploading downloading a few more routes for the Train Sim World collection, and I inadvertently switched off, closed the computer down halfway through it, and when I loaded it back up again, it caused a right palaver with Steam. So I've had to kind of re-download both sets of programs, and it took virtually all yesterday, and I've still only got a limited Train Sim Classic, but enough for this. So it might be a good thing because I've not actually done one for a re-download for a couple of years on Train Sim Classic. I say a couple of years, it's probably more like 10 years or more. And good afternoon, welcome to Zed and JJ, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good Sunday afternoon. It's been a cold day actually, but we've had some sunshine. Lovely sunny day in places over the last couple of days. Hope things are well with you. Perhaps turn the sound up slightly on the Train Sim Classic because I know that it can be a bit quieter sometimes. Let's see how that sounds. Let me know if the train's too noisy, or if you think I'm too noisy for that matter. A long time since I've played this route, I have to say. It was one of the very earliest pieces of DLC. I think it was the second one actually. I think the first one was that Glasgow airport thing, which of course never materialised in real life. There's just one product I've not bought, that's the APJT ARC power wagons, but we're not going to worry too much about that. So here we go, it's the 13:30 London Euston to Glasgow. You're just outside Carlisle on the 13:30 Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, where the service has been running late since Preston. Once you call onto platform 3, continue the service where you'll pick up and drop off passengers at Carlisle only before going straight through to Glasgow Central. Good evening, Christopher, and good to see you again. That's lovely to see. Let's get the Pendolino set up. I mean, it's not quite as, perhaps, as fantastic a model as you get on Train Sim World, but it's still pretty decent. And with the Armstrong Powerhouse sound mod, it's well worth playable, I think. I think this particular signal isn't quite working, but well, there we go. We're signalled into platform 3. Ah, there we go. We got that little call on thing there. I think that tells us that basically we've got the path into the platform. Yes, indeed, Zed and JJ. Yes, let's hope it's a decent stream. And thanks again, Zed and JJ, for watching again. It's lovely to see returning viewers. Yeah, I quite enjoyed the London stuff last week. I mean, there's a load of stuff around London that we've not touched. There's a load of stuff around Scotland that we're not even going to cover today. So there's still plenty more to keep things going. And I'm quite looking forward to this run, actually, to Glasgow Central, because it's an absolute age since I've done this run. I mean, I think this came out in, was it 2008? Seems an awful long time ago. So some of the scenery isn't, not quite up to modern standards, but then again, you look at Carlisle Citadel as we're coming into now, and it still looks pretty decent. Pretty tidy, as they say in South Wales. I always seem to remember when we first did runs into Carlisle, you never seemed to get trains coming into this platform. It was as though it was broke. Oh, that's lovely to hear, Zed and JJ. I'm very pleased to see these lovely comments, certainly early on today. Let's try and get a better view than that. This is the Avanti West Coast Pendolino that came with the West Coast Main Line South route from Train Sim Classic. I'm sure he was in that train last time we did a run on this Pendolino. Anybody would almost think he's there all the time. Yep, certainly will be, Christopher. Be on here for a while. So, I mean, I think it takes something like 90 minutes to get to Glasgow. So that's where we'll start off. So, got that climb through Beatock. Big climb. Very quickly be into Scotland as well. Of course, Carlisle very much on the edge of Scotland. So a few miles to the border. Haha, good question. No, I'd kind of just had an early dinner actually. So we'd had Sunday lunch not so long ago. So I'm suitably well fed and watered. Some of the scenery on this is a little bit Cuju-esque because this really was the early days, but it's still pretty decent. I was wondering about these car parks earlier on because they're a little bit on the slope. I thought, oh, they must have been a difficult to get them laid according to the ground, and the answer is, of course, they are. But anyway, we're not going to worry about that. I know, drink driving, eh? Drink driving. Well, I've got a coffee actually at the moment. I've had a glass of wine with me Sunday lunch, which was always very nice. Let's try and get that cursor away from the centre of the screen. I always think that's a little bit irritating. Alright, interesting. Yeah, it's supposed to have been 5. I don't know, perhaps I did set it to 4, did I? Apologies for that. And this is the big freight yard, which I think when we get this Just Trains route from Preston to Carlisle, it's still going to include this bit, even though it's the other side of Carlisle station. Yeah, you can imagine, actually. I mean, I wonder, you know, you think back in the 70s and the 80s, I wonder whether perhaps these things happened more regularly and the testing wasn't as good or as possible as it would be nowadays. You know, I remember the story about the Morpeth sleeper train crash. I think that was the 1980s. I've got a book somewhere, and he had been drinking, and I think basically not drunk heavily, but he'd had enough to essentially send him to sleep on the way down, and ended up crashing the train. He went too fast around the curve at Morpeth. Some of the scenery might not look the very best. Yeah, I can kind of imagine, really. I can kind of imagine. Wow, now that's amazing. Zed and JJ. I'm immensely jealous. I've always said if I'd got the eyesight, I'd give up the day job now to go and be a train driver, but I think you have to have, even without glasses, you have to have pretty decent vision, and mine just wouldn't be up to scratch, unfortunately. But oh, excellent. All right, whereabouts is he driving? got a friend at work who her dad is a retired Avanti West Coast driver. Well, I think he retired with Avanti, but he was certainly Virgin anyway. But he's retired a few years back now. It might have been before Avanti took over, actually. Yeah, I have to say both would be absolutely amazing jobs, wouldn't they? Absolutely incredible. I think I'll have to keep myself pleased with driving these trains, which on the game, which I very much enjoy doing. This isn't the most prolific in terms of stations. We have a lot of lovely country driving. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And funnily enough, I was talking about that earlier on to my brother while we were having lunch. I was saying about the fact it's quite funny sometimes, the antics of the Train Sim World passengers, but that's one thing that they really should be a bit more careful about, because you get real life drivers driving these train games, and you certainly don't want to be reminded that could happen, even in the sense of a game. We are incidentally straight through to Glasgow Central on this run. I think once we go through Lockerbie, incidentally, we have the whole stretch of the line then through to Carstairs without a station, which I believe is the longest stretch of railway in the UK without a station. It's really scenic when we start to go through the hills. We've got that big climb up Beatock. Of course, we'd have done Shap going between Preston and Carlisle. Yeah, here, I agree with that. And again, people don't always realise. I mean, I've talked to people at work about train driving, and I think they basically think, oh, well, it's semi-automated. They don't have to do very much, do they? And it's like, you really have to know every stretch of the line. You have to know every signal. You have to know where every speed limit is. There is a massive amount more to it than people would ever realise. We got the Dovetail Games forklift sound there, didn't we? I think there's some sort of patch somewhere where you can actually get rid of that sound. Oh, excellent. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy your dinner, and see you in a bit. We might not even be in Glasgow by then. Which you in at 18:06, and well, that's in train sim time anyway. We're about an hour away. Excellent. I mean, there's a time or two when I've really felt I should get into doing Flight Simulator, but I prefer the trains just because of the view, and you know, you're travelling about it's like literally driving on the train game, driving about in the country, and you're seeing all these wonderful landscapes. That's the only thing. When you're sort of flying, you view, most of the time you wouldn't be seeing too much, but sure, it's still an amazing job, and again, great skill required. And I know that again you've got autopilot and stuff, but you've still got to know it, haven't you? You've still got to understand it. There we saw a 325 Royal Mail train, once a regular sight on the railways. You don't see them so much now. That was one of the earlier pieces of content that came out as well for Train Sim Classic. First adverse signal. So we've got another double yellow. This is kind of the scenario I was talking about the other week. It's this, again, a great test of concentration, because you could have a whole sequence of double yellows and then the brain kind of forgets, because you come through a signal where it's a single yellow, not a double yellow, and then of course if you're going at the too high a speed, you just wouldn't be able to stop for the red. Watched a brief video of a freight train coming through Crewe the other day, Crewe Basford Hall, and that went through a red signal it put the emergency brakes on. Kind of keep to about the 60 odd mile an hour, I think. Don't know if that means we've got Lockerbie station coming up. So I wonder if that means we've got a perhaps, I know cross-country trains stop at Lockerbie, so maybe we've got a train waiting in the bay. Perhaps we'll get clear signals after that. That's a sight you don't see anymore. That was a 350 on a Transpennine working. I think they've been put in place at the 397s, but of course they were a regular thing at one time. Right, we have got a green, so is there something in the platforms? Unless it's this freight here on the right. Now is that, I didn't spot, was the engine, yeah, you've got a 66 there. I think that's what was holding us up, so they put that into the bay and we should now have a clear run. I can't remember if I asked you last week, but how long are you a train simmer, and if so, how long have you been in it? I know when I first did these very long runs, it seemed a bit intimidating in a way. You loaded up the game and it said 90 odd miles to go to the destination, but it goes pretty quick and you kind of enjoy all the different sections of the ride. I quite enjoy the ones where there's a fair few stops involved though. Have to feel that the Pendolinos were really made for this section of the West Coast Main Line. Right, excellent. So you know, I'm trying to think back now. We had Train Sim World 2020. I know we had that thing originally where it was the American thing, trying to think what that was called. There's some sort of single track American route which I never bought, was never interested in. Then we had the original Bakerloo line, the oh, excellent. Right, and what run are you doing yourself at the moment? up to 125. Let's get the speed set down, and then hopefully we can maintain the speed. Should put us into that mode. Watching this part of the West Coast Main Line first of all on a video from video 125, Royal Scot it was called, Euston to Glasgow. I think it was the 10 o'clock departure from Euston, used to go non-stop to Preston. A lot of the Glasgow trains from Euston, that particularly the ones that don't go via Birmingham, don't stop at Crewe nowadays. Section now. So by the time you get to Carstairs, you feel as though we are actually on the home straight, that Glasgow is not too far away. Oh, excellent, excellent. Well, I think I mentioned, and if you heard me right at the start, where I decided to download a few more routes on Friday, and then accidentally closed the computer down halfway through, and it caused a right old kerfuffle. It really confused Steam, and then when I reloaded it back up, it reinstalled Steam, and I had to reinstall the whole game all over again. Still very much enjoying the West Coast Main Line, Euston to Milton Keynes. Looking forward as well to Preston Carlisle coming up, and we had the Alan Thompson route announced in the week as well, this Manchester Airport branch, and I know a lot of people, myself included, really disappointed that it's not going to Crewe, but I suppose it is their first effort, to be fair, and I suppose putting in Crewe for your very first route would be a big ask, and it's still got quite a bit of variety. I think it's still going to be a good route, because we're going to have Manchester Airport in there, you're going to have the branch from Wilmslow to Manchester Piccadilly via Manchester Airport, and you've got Wilmslow, Stockport and Manchester Piccadilly, so there's a chance for some Pendolino runs there as well. That's kind of something I wasn't really expecting. I've opened that front bit up by mistake. For the life of me, remember what the button is. Oh, have I just got away with that? The task going up. Wow, that was a bumpy old piece of track. What's that damn button? There we go, found it. M. Right, now this is Beatock. This was a mighty old climb in Steam days. I mean, we are 1 in 80. And I think it was a struggle in Steam days to get up this climb. Nowadays, in the hands of a Pendolino, it's pretty straightforward. I don't think we need to worry about putting any brakes on. Right in saying this is where you have T-based services, which is if you've ever been to Gloucester services, it's that kind of country farm shop type of service station in this neck of the woods. There's only 2 of them in the country, I think. Oh, I've been caught out by the TAS. Oh dear, silly. Yes, down to 100. In 75 the climb now. If we kind of get to kind of view, you can get the sense that we're drifting upwards. And I've not looked at if we've got any other new viewers this week, but just to say again, if you're enjoying the video and you've not liked and subscribed to the channel already, I'd be tremendously appreciated. Just trying to build those numbers up and grow a little bit more support. I was really pleased to get past the 400 mark in subscribers in the week. It's taken a long while to do it, to go from 300 to 400 it seems, but thoroughly enjoying doing these live streams and really glad to hear that there are people out there that are very much enjoying them as well. I don't know whether it's an exaggeration to say this, but I've got a feeling once we get over Beatuck Summit and you get a very discernible kind of flat piece and then we start to go downhill, it's pretty much downhill all the way to Glasgow then. There's the warning of the upcoming 90 mile an hour speed reduction. Imagine when it's snowed up and it's winter time, that it must be really remote in these sort of parts. This is the only run today of the 4 on Train Sim Classic. The other 3 will be on Train Sim World 5. Very much in the heart of Scotland now. Yeah, you can see this is the flat bit. Very much level ground at the moment, and then we've got the the sharp downhill stretch. We have those little sidings either side, and again very much an important thing for freight to be held in the loops. Allow for the, because obviously it's pretty much double track most of the way really. Bit of a makeover in terms of the vehicles. I mean, that bus there amongst the traffic has been around for a long time. The whole route actually could do with a bit of a makeover, but on the other hand, would I prefer them to do a makeover of this route or produce a new route? And I'd probably prefer them to produce a new route really. A bit of bouncy track as well. Reminder, we've got a neutral section coming up. Imagine it must be very, very moody at times, this part of the, yeah, it's quite barren, the landscape, this part of Scotland, and in sort of stormy weather and snowy weather. I mean, I don't know what point, but the M6 becomes the M74, doesn't it, on the run up to Glasgow? I've yet to purchase it, but I do like the look of the Caledonian Sleeper Mark 5 carriages that you can buy for Train Sim Classic on from Alan Thompson Simulation, and it'd be perfectly possible. Ooh, we are. Again, just keep an eye on these speed limits. I think if you did it in the summer, you wouldn't have quite so much running about in the dark as well. Right, well, we will be a bit more careful now. We've got a 90 mile an hour speed limit coming up. And I'm not going to be riding on West Coast Main Line south on Train Sim World 5 today, but looking forward to the timetable update when it comes out for the PC. And it looks as though the guys, well, there's a chap called Forks, isn't there, on the Train Sim community website that's working hard at that. Shame it isn't going to be available for the PC, but for the consoles. But I think they were talking in the week that they have got a plan to upgrade the timetable generally for the game. Again, another one of those loop areas. I think this is kind of the bottom of BTOC at the other side. be a few gantries missing there. I don't know whether I've... Again, it's a fresh install of TrainSim Classic. Perhaps I need to up the quality on the settings. It might not be on full settings, maybe. Hopefully now we've had that big climb up B-top down the other side. Well, we've got the 120 mile an hour speed limit coming up, so we can kind of up the pace a little bit. So we are going to be in Glasgow in about half an hour. Possible now to get a train from Euston to Glasgow in under, well, I think it's about 4.5 hours, isn't it? The fastest train, something like that. Of course, it's all about trying to compete with the airline market, really, because by the time you've checked in with your passport, and okay, it's not quite so bad with a short haul flight, but you've still got to allow time before and so on, go through all the process, whereas with a train you just hop straight on. It's one of those journeys that perhaps is overlooked. I mean, you would talk about there been some beautiful railway journeys in the country, and you might not necessarily think about Carlisle to Glasgow. There's a big lurch. Again, some of this track would be massively smoothed out if they did an upgrade on the route a little bit, I think. Again, I think it's time to reactivate that speed set again. There we go. It should hopefully hold us at speed a little bit. Landscape, yeah, it could be improved, I guess, but I think it still holds up reasonably well. I mean, there's no different. I mean, when you look at TrainSim World 5 and you look at TrainSim Classic, you're looking at very, very different, aren't you? And you know, sometimes when you're on Train Sim World 5, you can almost tell yourself you're in the real world. And that's a little train sim bug there, because I mean, it says we're speeding, but we're not. We're doing 125. That's perfectly legitimate. Quite have the canted track as well that has been available, you know, with the suspension elevation. As I say, it's a very, very old route now. Just got to keep your eye on these changing speed limits. See, we're not too far away from being brought down to 40 mile an hour. I think this is the approach to Carstairs. I mean, I can remember a time when a lot of the West Coast mainline trains used to be advertised as Glasgow and Edinburgh, and then at Carstairs they would split up. Front portion of the train would carry on to Glasgow, the rear portion of the train would continue to Edinburgh, and at the time it wasn't electrified. The section between Carstairs and Edinburgh was electrified when the East Coast Main Line electrification project was authorised, as I recall. But for many years it was diesel over that section. You kind of feel as though Carstairs is the first sign really of the approach to Glasgow. Now, I actually did once catch a train from Edinburgh to Crewe as it goes, but the Edinburgh portion was actually cancelled, and the advised me to change at Carstairs, and then they actually put on then the original train. It was kind of just cancelled on a section of it. I kind of feel as though we've been routed along the wrong line there. I understand them doing that with a freight train, or is it really 40 for the non-stop Pendolinos? And then you know, it's another few miles yet, but once we get to Motherwell, I always feel as though Motherwell is the Watford Junction of Scotland. Very much is the gateway, and then from then on it's the landscape changes quite a bit. Again, thanks to any new viewers, and hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying this live stream. I've been doing a few live streams over the last few weeks, and there's plenty of live content. Well, I say live, recorded live content, you know what I mean, over the last few weeks, but also plenty of videos from over the last few months. I started just before Christmas last year. So if you're enjoying the video and you haven't done already, I'd be really grateful. Like and subscribe. If you click, of course, on the notification button, it'll tell you when the upcoming stream will be. I mean, you look at the landscape there, it's a little bit too clean, isn't it? There's no kind of weeds around the edge, and that certainly wouldn't be allowed in new routes. When it first came out, I was absolutely blown away by it, and barely believed that, you know, we're talking about so long ago now. About 16 years ago, I think. Sorry. That's the task reminders. Really need to. It's kind of one of those runs. I've said this before on some of these long distance runs, but the speed limit catches you out a little bit. When you're doing West Coast Mainline South, it doesn't drop down all that often, apart from the few tunnel sections. You get that section at Berkhamsted, things like that. And gradually, it's mainly an increase in speed from out of Euston. You get to just past Wembley, and then you're doing 125. Got a bit of a downhill gradient to contend with. Say a bit of it, I mean, it's quite a sharp downhill descent, really. I love the fact when this route first came out, it wasn't also just A to B either, because they've made an effort to include quite a bit of the Glasgow suburban stuff in there as well. I mean, there wasn't any EMUs that were available at the time, but of course that's certainly not the case now. You've got to have a bit more of your wits about you, these sections, and we have quite a few changes in speed limit now between here and Glasgow Central. Very pleased now that when we do our Cathcart Circle run, which is coming up next, we will of course get to see Pendolinos in Glasgow Central. In some ways you can kind of understand why Just Trains have gone for Preston to Carlisle rather than Carlisle to Glasgow, because of the sparsity of the stations. That memory serves me right, that branch up overhead goes off to Wishaw. Isn't that where Stephen Hendry was born? The wonder of Wishaw, I seem to recall. Oh, wait a minute, was it Stephen Hendry or was that John Higgins? It's one or the other. But I mean, you compare, I mean, there is some bends obviously between Euston and Milton Keynes and the southern parts of the West Coast Main Line, but the bits above the northern bits, and this section in particular, is absolutely chock full of bends. Just noticed something actually. Have we got the tilt on isolated? I think I've been running this train all the way since Carlisle, going through the sections at 125 mile an hour without the tilt being on. Now that was a schoolboy error to me. Just kind of the penny dropped in my mind. I was thinking as we were going around the corners, I couldn't remember us kind of tilting that much. That was why. And again we got another sharp hill, downhill stretch. massively far off from Motherwell now. We've got the branch going round to Hamilton. Here's Motherwell Station. See, I thought I got down to the right speed there. And you got the line going off to the right, and that goes to it's called Moss End, I think, another big freight destination. Places like Bells Hill, maybe. And of course, this part of the West Coast Main Line was actually electrified before the bit between, well, just beyond Crewe, Weaver Junction, really, up to just shy of Motherwell. For a while that was diesel, and we had the two Class 50s operating in the early 70s. I think it was 74 when it was completed. Yeah, the first time I drove this on Trade Sim, I was thoroughly delighted to be able to drive this all the way to Glasgow Central. Kind of one of those routes where it's, you know, it's pretty spectacular, it's fast, but you don't feel as though you want to continually do it. I mean, I won't make a regular point of doing this run every week, but though it's a long time since I've done it, let's give it another go. Okay, nearly caught out by the 90. We are going to noticeably slow down. Very much feels as though we're in the heart of the countryside at the moment. There's a ScotRail 320. Very old pack now. I mean, it was part of the 321 pack from Armstrong Powerhouse. Of course, they were known as the Dusty Bins, and if you go back long enough, or you go back as far as I do anyway, you'll remember Ted Rogers and ITV with the 321 show, which of course was called 321. So, and they had the booby prize in that game called the Dusty Bin, and that was where the nickname came from. Absolutely right, mate. Yeah, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I know you're dead right. You know, you're dead right. Keep putting these sharp brakes on. I'm sure. Did you enjoy your tea? Right, we're getting down to 80. I've noticed that one anyway, that's the start. And we are very much in the last bit now. Oh, excellent. Oh, and welcome back again, Zed and JJ. Well, that was timed nicely, wasn't it? Welcome back to you all. So can I just ask, is it Zed that's watching, or is it JJ that's watching, or are you both watching? The transitions on this Armstrong Powerhouse weather pack, okay, probably not designed for this route, but seem a bit out, don't they? But yeah, you can tell we're very much in ScotRail territory anyway now. We're seeing ScotRail EMUs all over the shop. Alright, hi Zed. Yeah, good evening, Amazing Taze, and that's another name I remember from last week. Well, it certainly did roll by quick, didn't it? Ah, no, that's interesting, Christopher. My brother absolutely loves that, and he always said they should have made so many more of them. But yeah, it's lovely again to see returning viewers. I think that's amazing. Thankfully you're enjoying it, which is what it's all about, because I enjoy driving them and showing these amazing routes off. So it's good to see people watching the streams. That is fantastic news. And I hope you're doing well too. So, is this Polmaddy, I think, the depot here? Pendolino waiting in there. In the yard as well. Yeah, absolutely right. I'm glad to see it. Long may that continue. And it's really nice to see that. Absolutely delighted. It'd be nice to build a little bit of a community, and that's already started over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, well, we all feel like that, I have to say. Amazed Taze. It's partly why I've kind of hit on this thing about doing it sort of this time Sunday evening, really, because, you know, spend the afternoon fretting about work tomorrow, and it's a nice way of whiling the time away. Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. We're way up. But watch that task. Yeah, that's something else I will definitely have to think about, but thankfully, so far, so good on that score. Yeah, well, that's what it's all about. Yeah, so we are very much on the final bit in towards Glasgow Central. And we'll see it in a different light in a moment with Trainsim World 5, the Cathcart Circle, and you'll certainly see an upgrade in terms of the scenery. Well, I think when this came out in 2008, I was absolutely thrilled with it at the time. We'll change the time of the day though, I think. Probably about 10 o'clock-ish, I think, is going to be the Cathcart Circle run. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely. I think, ironically, I think I was up to 399 at the end of last Sunday, and then I got the 400th in the week. I think, I mean, again, it's just time really, but I would like to kind of put a few bits up in the week. But life gets in the way and all that sort of stuff. That's the airline going off to the right. I mean, we're 20, but I'm sure the speed, I mean, it doesn't show as though the speed limit's going to come down, but I'm sure it does coming into the platforms. In fact, it did say on the board there, didn't it? Was it? Yeah, you see it tabbed me for 15, but it didn't give me any prior warning. Nice chilled out scenario in this chilled out stream, as you quite rightly say, to start things going, and then we'll move on to Train Sim World in a moment. It doesn't, but I mean, certainly in Train Sim World, if you go through a red signal, it's the end of the scenario. That happens. But it would actually, if we were going massively over the speed limit, it would bring on the emergency brakes and bring us to a halt. Few people looked a bit like brothers there, didn't they? All looked exactly the same, wearing the same suits. It could almost be the same people. Yeah, I read about that in the week. Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll stick it there. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're in the platform. That'll do us. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the new timetable, I have to say, and I think having the Network Rail HSD in there is kind of the icing on the cake, really. But it's going to make it so much... I mean, it's really good now, but it's going to really complete the picture. There's the famous clock. Missing hands on it, though, for some reason. But there we go. Well, that was a scenario by Get Geeky. I downloaded that from Alan Thompson simulation, and that's Carlisle to Glasgow Central. Yes, it certainly does. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, hopefully, Dovetail Games will eventually increase the timetable, and I think some of that will help in terms of the consoles. They might not be able to do it for some of the older consoles, but I just don't think they can cope with it. It's just that balance, isn't it? Well, I've got a preview of what's coming up next. Oh, no game, no. What's it doing? We'll get it up in a second. Oh, shouldn't have gone over to there, should it? Whoa. There we go. Don't know what was happening there. Coming next on Powerflower Trains and Planes. The Cathcart Circle in an anti-clockwise run on the Class 380, Glasgow Central to Glasgow Central. Glasgow Queen Street next for a Class 158 run to Edinburgh Waverly. We finish up with a journey on the 5 Circle with the fantastic ScotRail reskin of the HST, Edinburgh to Markinch. Yeah, there we go. So that's what's coming up. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the mod. I mean, I suppose you know, I am lucky that I play the game on the PC, but I think it's, like I say, it's just a question of really what the consoles can cope with. So I suppose it's just striking the balance. And I mean, I don't know. People can be a bit critical about what was released with it originally, but it's all time, isn't it? And you know, would we have preferred them not to have released it as it was and left it another 3 or 4 months before they brought out what they did? I mean, I personally would have been happier, or happy that they brought it out when they did. Yeah, it's worth a try. I mean, you could, you know, download the basic game and give it a go. I mean, the computer that I use, and goodness knows what the specs are, because I mean, it's a few years old. I bought it just before we hit COVID times, actually. So, you know, it's 5 years old. It's not. It was reasonably good at the time. Alright, so remember to change custom weather. A bit of cloud in, I suppose. Try The one I did on the intro was the 10:30 and it looked pretty busy actually, so I'm going to try that. Yeah, I think that's always going to be the case, isn't it? Always going to be the case, unfortunately. And I think we were saying last week about the fact that it's a niche industry. So I suppose there is a limit to what they can do. I mean, it's brilliant that we've got the modders. By the way, I better turn the sound down slightly. I've got a suspicion that might have been a bit too loud for the game. Yeah, I think it does, doesn't it? I mean, I certainly don't have any problems running it. You know, I love this when you get to Glasgow Central and you can see how busy we've got here. You've got a 314 going on there, you've got a Pendolino, you've got a 385, and that's just on these few platforms. I don't myself, and I've seen some of the videos on YouTube and they look amazing, don't they? Again, I think if you look at the very ground level, apart from say where the airports are, it's perhaps slightly superficial. Although I haven't seen the very latest. I'm thinking about things from a couple of years back, but there is some amazing stuff going on. Make sure we've got the headlights on. I don't think we have to worry about the GSMR. That gives us a little bit, but it doesn't give us very much, does it? And also, we've got a red signal as well at the moment. It says we've got to wait until 10:15. It's lovely having the Pendolino in at Glasgow Central now. It makes it so much more interesting. Right, so we have got right of way. We've got so if we put ourselves into forward and we can go. We've got green now. Yeah, I thought about that myself before. I think that would be incredible, wouldn't it? We did get a green. I mean, those two reds there are for either side of that platform. This is with the sound mod included from Train Sim Community. Incidentally, if you think the train's a bit too loud or too quiet, let me know. As we go over the Clyde. Look what a busy scene this is. This is with the full timetable on. Ah, we haven't got the DVD on, am I? That's not... I'm not trying to play a film. We might put that on when we get to our first stop, which is Pollock Shields West. Again, you're kind of looking at those signals and thinking, is it my line or is it that line? Yes, indeed. Amazed Taze. Yeah, I can remember the Vic 20. I think I was round about the same time. I mean, I was a Commodore 64 man, and at the time it was kind of either Commodore or it was Spectrum. And I remember having Rail Enthusiast magazine and seeing in there, very excited, because they were advertising a train simulator. So I sent it off. I think it was London Euston to Crewe. Loaded it up on the cassette tape. All excited, only to find, well, actually, it was just a load of text. You had a colour, a colour representing the signal. And other than that, it was just pure imagination. You had text telling you where you were, how far you were to the end of the platform, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. What was your favourite game in terms of back then? I mean, I could remember everybody being excited about Daley Thompson's Decathlon, and I think the amount of joysticks that were broke up and down the country using trying to play that thing and doing the, was it the 1500 metres? Yes, yeah. I was never a great fan of the keyboard. It felt like a rush job, really. Jet Set Willie, excellent. I think the mod as well gives us this brownish ballast as well. Try and more accurately represent the Scottish ballast in this area. Yeah, I certainly remember. I remember Daley Thompson's Decathlon. I remember being so excited as well. It used to play Chariots of Fire at the start, the load up as well, and it seemed so dynamic that it could actually play a, you know, a proper tune to a reasonable standard. There's probably a load of games as well that I've completely forgotten about. You know, endlessly playing a lot of the Football Manager games as well. So while we're here, let's sort out that DVD that I've not got set up, which is the one. That's normal, that's normal, normal, normal. That's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's the ETCS you were talking about. Of course, you know, back then it was all very modern and exciting, and you know, it hadn't been kind of done before, but I was kind of growing up in the 80s. Maxwell Park is next. I think that's where you change for Hampden Park. Yeah, I certainly do remember those times. Oh, the frustrations. I mean, people, you know, talk about sometimes, you know, they talk about the issues with this game, the simulator, and, you know, the fact that we've got a bin missing at the end of the platform. But yeah, it's a different era, really. And okay, you know, Train Sim Classic's got its frustrations because it can dump on you sometimes, but in the main, it runs pretty well. I hope I'm not going to jinx it and it'll crash on me in a minute. I mean, I used to play lots of games, but I've kind of forgotten them. My old age. It's a lovely train ride to Pwllheli as well. Yeah, I know what you mean. I prefer it to the 385 though. That's a really quirky view. At least you get a reasonable view of the track ahead, and I love the sounds on it as well. It's pretty decent going over the points, and that, you know, D0 sound as well. And I think we are pretty accurate now with the timeline. We are getting those lovely browns, that autumnal browns that you can see everywhere about. But it's just kind of nice and playable, really, with the distance, I think, and an end-to-end run doesn't take forever, but still quite enjoyable. Yeah, generally I think you do, don't you? I mean, funnily enough, I always think with the Bakerloo line view, I've always wondered whether in reality, I mean, sometimes, like the signals on the right, your view seems to be blocked off by that kind of column in the middle, and I wondered, you know, if the seats are really arranged like that in real life on the 72 stock. I do love the modelling of this, and it's kind of got that quirky look about it, and the fact that when they connect up to another unit, it all straightens up, which is pretty amazing. I mean, with the S7 and the S8, it's slightly restricted view in some ways. Pollokshaws East next. Yeah, well, that's it. You know, it couldn't have been the one thing they certainly didn't have to worry about was getting the scenery overground, you know, in all those London sections. I mean, I quite like this route hopping idea. I mean, it doesn't work properly yet, but when it's fully implemented, the fact that you can click on the link at, say, Paddington and then find yourself on the Great Western, and it'd be good if they kind of got some sort of gimmick where you went up the escalator or something and there it was. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, yeah. And again, it's perhaps, you know, it's perhaps a bit different. You know, playing it in train. I mean, it's a fairly decent view on Train Game, I suppose, but it's sometimes perhaps the perspective you see in the train sim is not always exactly as you would view it in real life. I must say, I mean, I drove the well, the S7 last week on the Met line, the District line, and it's one of the better add-ons that have been created for Train Sim Classic. And the sounds actually that came with it weren't particularly good, but again, with a mod that's available, it's a good ride. So somebody did a scenario pack for, I think it was on Alan Thompson simulation this week, where they've represented the whole shift on the Met line. And I think it's something like about 12 runs, something like that. So that'll be fun to do at some point. We've overshot that one slightly. That teaches me for reading the... Oh dear. Okay. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Right, let's get these shut properly now. No, correct. No, nobody saw that at all. And I'm getting that flustered that I'm opening doors on the left and the right. I've gone completely astray now. Right, okay, come on, shut the doors. No, left door's unlocked. Now I think it's got to wait for it to go through the process of doing it. Okay. I think I've pressed it about 1 million times now, that's the problem. Well, they're not locked anyway, are they? They're not unlocked. They're shut on that side, so we should be alright. Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, but it's, I mean, as you say, it's always going to be, I mean, people, I think, are after, you know, absolute perfection. And, I mean, you look at London Euston and, you know, I was just blown away by the detail. And, you know, it'd be lovely for everything to be 100% perfect, but it can never be the case, and it always will be a simulation. There has to be some compromise somewhere. I mean, I know when I've tried a bit of kind of route building on Train Sim Classic, you could spend half an hour trying to find the right building, and sometimes you've got the perfect building, but again, it's just that a length of time. Coming into Cathcart, which is kind of the point of the whole route. Very Scottish feeling to them, haven't they, those buildings? A bit like the, was it like the old tenement buildings maybe? I mean, this Cathcart Circle route is massively better than when it first came out, because of course Glasgow Central was just like a ghost town. There was no other trains other than the PEP. That was more like it. So we are very much on the way back now. So Mount Florida is next, then it's Cross Hills, Queen's Park. No, it's Queen's Park, isn't it, where you change for Hampton Park, Pollock Shields East, and then Glasgow Central. So we've got just 11 minutes before arrival time. I like it. I mean, there's the only words you can say to that are super, smashing, great. Well, I suppose I'll go on a bit more than Jim Bowen used to do, though. You couldn't beat a bit of bully. I think this is where the view makes a difference, because you actually can't see where you're supposed to stop, really, or where the end of the platform is. You're kind of guessing a little bit. You just about see the end of it, but you know, it's not ideal. There's the stop marker there. Correct. That's right, yeah. Look what you could have won. Maybe one day. Perhaps if we're doing this in a few years' time, we'll have a star prize at the end of it. 101 in 6 darts. Are you gonna gamble? I mean, it's kind of because I don't really like the 385. That's why I'm not doing it on the Glasgow Edinburgh for the next bit. We're doing a 158. Partly don't like the views, and I'm not a great fan of the sounds on it either, even with the mod. I don't think they've quite just got it right yet. Yeah, you can do. I mean, you can do that, very much do that, and you'll get a better view of the picture. You can actually alter the field of view to be closer as well, if you want to, as a default position, which should kind of get you a bit closer in. I mean, I think I tend to stream a little bit closer than some people do, but you can very much alter the settings. We are running a bit late here. Not too many people getting off here. I mean, actually, I think I could get off, do one of them planter things, couldn't I? Wait a minute. I must admit, this collectible stuff doesn't bother me that much. There we go. Who says I don't bother about collectibles? That'll make us even more late. You would indeed. Watched a bit of Alan this morning, actually, with interviewing Pixie Lot. Good to see a bit of graffiti there emblazoned on the walls. I think if this was Scottish Cup final day or Scotland International, then I think Queen's Park would be absolutely heaving. It seems all very sedate and quiet, doesn't it, on these platforms? I mean, I'm sure if we did a rush hour train, it would be a little different. So the gloriously named Pollock Shields East is next. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I mentioned last week about the game called World of Subways, and I think it was 3 which featured the Circle line, and they had much better passenger movements, and that was from something like 2010, I think that came out, or was it 2012, something like that anyway. Yeah, 2010 I think. And they actually had passengers that could actually board the train and sit down in the seats, and you know, they didn't do what they do on dovetail games where they just disappear. I think there's one or two little things with Train Sim. Yeah, they do. And sometimes you see sometimes you see the people getting on and off the trains, and they're like skidding across the platform. And as you say, there's just no fluidity to the movement at all. I think, you know, they just need one person who's kind of concentrates on some of these extra details, but it's kind of all about churning out new content all the time. They forget about some of the other bits and pieces like that. Here we are on the approach to Glasgow again. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A lot of it's, I mean, I've said it before, but if I get round to it, I must do a video with some of the comic features, and you know, you kind of get passengers fighting against each other more or less to try and get through a little, or they can't move around like a waiting room or something that's on the middle of the platform. I remember it, I think it was Newark, where that happens, and I think it'll make for a decent video of its own right. Not forgetting, of course, the instances where I've not seen it happen for a while, but I've seen passengers actually come down from outer space and land on the platform. And also on the Bakerloo line once, passenger was actually sitting on top of the PIS board, and that was when they were doing a live stream actually previewing and showing off the route for the first time. Yeah, definitely right, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to try and find something along those lines. Yeah, like a Benny Hill skit. Now, I was only kind of half concentrating then, but I think this indeed is a red signal. Sometimes you can get reds that look like... Yes, yeah, I have. With holding the, yeah, you know, like the iPhone sort of thing. Yeah, I have. Yeah, there's lots of clones. You know, there's lots of clones. Well, I have to say, this is... I quite like it when you get held by signals. And this was a complete fluke. I haven't looked on that awesome trains website to see whether this was one of those journeys, but... Hello there, Ron. Howdy. And glad to see you watching. Again, if you can't recall the name from previous weeks, apologies if you have seen it before. Oh, I tell you what we've got there. We've got a 350 and that Children in Need livery. You probably wouldn't see it in this part of the world, actually. It's probably more of a London North Western thing, because of course it was painted for Liverpool. Oh, we've got a 314 in Carman and Kareem. It's all going on. It's all going on. near Mew going southbound as well, another 380. And we've got a double yellow signal, so we've got clearance. I think you could end up being the moderator at some point, Christopher. But yeah, absolutely. I haven't said it for a few minutes, but if you are watching for the first time and you're enjoying the video and you want to like and subscribe, I would be tremendously grateful. Look at that bounce as well. I mean, we haven't got that on the 350, have we yet? But that's really good to see. Yeah, it's a good old route, the Cathcart Circle. And now that we've got this incredible timetable in it, Glasgow, then it really does make it good. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as bad perhaps as some of the mods and the issues you get with Train Sim Classic, but you still got the odd strange thing happening. I love how the fact that you've got all the PIS in place and you've got it all set up accurately for the next trains, and I think it's an incredible touch. Are we? Yeah, that'll be fine. So here we are, Glasgow Central. Yes, indeed. I was delighted to see that, actually. I thought, and again, the amount of time somebody must have spent just putting that together. I mean, it's just incredible detail, really. So let's get the, I'll tell you what, let's get, I'm not sure if there's an off with this thing. No. Neutral. We've got the brakes on, so we'll set the master key to off. We should really sort the lights out as well. Tail lights, that's right, that'll set us up for the next service. Now we had a quick look at the concourse at yeah, not sure really. I think generally it's okay. I mean, you can get the odd issues, I suppose. But yeah, we saw the concourse in Train Sim Classic. It was pretty decent. Now the good news is the clock is working here, and it's showing the right time. And okay, it's perhaps a bit quieter than it might be in real life, but very nicely done. And then you've got all this set up, and all that's, of course, completely accurate.
Please ensure you have a valid ticket for travel. You will be expected to produce your tickets when asked to do so.
I'm not sure if the voice is absolutely dead authentic, but it's representative. It's Scottish. There we go. We were talking about the coffee, weren't we? I mean, sometimes you get little scenes like that, He obviously likes dovetail games. Anyway, that's that run. Now, what I tend to do, I like to exit the game just simply so that we don't have the issue. I mean, it probably wouldn't, but just in case we kind of dump next time. So that's the end of our second run. Coming next on Power Flower Trains and Planes. Glasgow Queen Street next for a Class 158 run to Edinburgh Waverly. We finish up with a journey on the 5 Circle with the fantastic ScotRail reskin of the HST, Edinburgh to Markinch. Okay, well let's load the game back up again. Yeah, I mean, I know you used to get that happening with Train Sim Classic. I mean, I remember once, I think it was the West Coast Main Line, where I kind of got stuck behind a red signal. It just wouldn't clear. And I ended up hooking the train up to the one that was blocking it and getting through it that way. I've not had so many problems with Train Sim worlds generally, but I don't know, perhaps the service I pick next will have that exact same problem. We shall see. So I'm generally picking fairly random runs, really. Let's move on to Glasgow to Edinburgh this time. Don't tend to do so much of the scenarios, prefer the timetable mode really. A bit of cloud, I suppose. And we'll go for an early morning one again. I'm trying to do it in the sense that, okay, timing's all different, but at least we're kind of doing something similar. We've arrived in Glasgow, then we're going to carry on the journey to Glasgow. There we go, go the 8:44, I think. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, what would we do without these tips? You know, wouldn't be able to play the game, would we? My thoughts entirely. I mean, this is a station that would benefit from a bit of an upgrade with some of the other stock in there as well. Still looks a bit on the quiet side. Right, so set that up there. some. So we've unlocked the doors. Again, I'm not sure if there's anything on the panel that we can do on here. Vigilance isolated hour. We'll have that as normal, and that should do us actually. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, definitely. We're heading towards wherever we're going. Well, yeah, that's the old response to the guard, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's good. Love that. We have a guard on board. Oh, wait a minute, we haven't switched our DRA off. Actually, it'll help if we get a bit of brake off as well. Might have been a bit too... Right, they are shut now. Nope, they're locked. They're unlocked still. Right, what does it stand for? Is it driver reminder advisory or something like that, I think? So, the point being that, I mean, what it's very easy to do, you could be, basically means you can't move off whilst that's on. So we're stuck, we could be stuck in front of a red signal. You come into the platform, we have a normal stop, the signal is red, and the guard doesn't notice. He gives you the right of way, he gives you the buzz, and away you trot. You've kind of forgotten that it's there. Tell you what, we've only got a choice of, yeah, we'll have night headlight, I think, through the tunnel. So you move away and you've not realised there's, so the idea is you put that DRA on, and then you've kind of got that little reminder to check in your own mind, wait a minute, no, the signal's still on red, and you wait until it's good to go. And I think it has happened, and I think there was an incident, it might have been Bells Hill, I seem to remember, was it Springburn, Bells Hill, something like that. There was that exact thing happened. The guard gave the buzz to tell the driver to the doors were shut, and the driver didn't spot that the signal was on red, and then he crashed into another EMU. So we're non-stop to Croy. Love these sort of names like that. So Croy, Falkirk High, Polmont, Linlithgow, Haymarket, and Edinburgh, Waverly. So about 50 minutes drive, all told. We are on quite a steep uphill climb, and of course that vigilance thing there as well, that's kind of check that you're still awake. Yeah, exactly, a maze. Taze, you explain it far better than my rambling explanation. You can tell we're on quite a climb here actually out of Glasgow, because I mean I've got full power on and it's a struggle to get up the hill. And obviously if we just ignored that a little alarm there as well, then the emergency brakes would come on and the train would come to a halt, because the driver could have had a heart attack, or he could have fallen asleep, or you know, he got some sort of spasm that prevented him from moving the controls. We've got a 4-car unit on here. And of course, now that we've got the 170, it'd be perfectly possible to put this into free roam, or a 170 to 3 roam, and do this run between Glasgow and Edinburgh, because they did it for a few years. He does indeed. Again, we've got a bit of an uphill climb. And it's noticeably different though, driving this compared with the 380 that we've just driven. You know, that feeling that you are up against it a little bit. Love this autumnal view as well that we're getting. Again, thanks to anybody that's been watching. Yeah, I think it's great to see. Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, I thought you were going to say routes then, like the Americans do. Yeah, oh, definitely. I've sent trains hurtling off the tracks. I've gone through the buffer stops at twice the speed. Kind of 200 mile an hour and all that sort of stuff. Way up. Don't think we need the windscreen wipers, do we? Do you know, the strange thing is, I've got the TGV route, because it came out for free, didn't it, a couple of years back when Dovetail Games were bought out by that French firm. They had that merger or whatever it was, and I've yet to try it. Well, anything's possible, really. I mean, fortunately, we haven't got the bullet, but you could run the TGV on Bakerloo. Yeah, focus, yeah. But I've yet to actually ride the TGV either on South Eastern Extended or do the Marseille Avignon. I really haven't kind of had a go at the non-UK routes at all. I mean, I love the Southeastern, and I still enjoy the bit to Faversham as well as doing the route to Ashford. Yes, I could also say I've done that too, Christopher. I went to the 2002 World Cup in Japan. I had a lovely couple of weeks. But also, you know, being a train fanatic, it was amazing travelling about on the trains. And I remember going on that amazing journey past Mount Fuji. It's like a photo that you see, Mount Fuji in the background, the bullet train in the foreground. Seen so many pictures of it over the years, and it was just amazing the fact that they just run to time every, you know, they're just not late, are they, at all? Now we're going to have to keep our eye out for this Croy stop. I'd love to see, I mean, we have got that Tadami route coming out for Train Sim World, but I'd love to see one of the commuter lines as well as a bullet line in and around Japan. I'd love to see both of those. Yeah, and when Power Flower Trains and Planes is driving, then they're even worse. But yeah, the trains in Japan are absolutely incredible. We've only got a 3-step brake on this thing. Yeah. Absolutely. I must admit, it's kind of like... Oh, it takes a while for the doors open for this thing. I thought I pressed the wrong button for a minute. Yeah, I know, incredible thought. I must admit, I mean, I know some of the tube lines are automatic train operation. They still have the driver because he opens and shuts the doors, but I must admit, you know, what are we doing here? I must admit that the day that we have completely driver-free trains, I mean, I know the Docklands is not going to drive around at all, has it? But oh yeah, take brakes off first. Actually, we should wait for the wait for the guard. That's better. But yeah, what I'm kind of trying to get at is I wouldn't really like the day where all trains were kind of without a driver. It'd take some of the fun out of it. I mean, I'd quite like to see the Elizabeth line brought out for Trainsim World, but again, you have that issue that through the tunnel section it is completely ATO, but I suppose the point is, because there's a driver in there, he can override it, and I suppose you could just override it, but I'm guessing that's one of the reasons. I mean, maybe licensing as well, but that's probably one of the reasons why they've not brought that one out. Might even have time for an extra run at this rate, actually. We'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember. I think it was the 317s when they first came out, in the, you know, right at the start of the 1980s, for the Bedford to St Pancras. They were built to be guardless, and it took ages before they actually entered service. They were stuck in a siding for months, if not a year or two, before they saw any active service. Yeah, it takes some of the fun out of it, though, doesn't it? Amaze Tays, and you know, it's driving that's the fun bit, really. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? And I think all pilots, they have to do, I think nominally they have to do a proper landing that they're in full control of every so often, because otherwise they relied on the autopilot all the time. They just wouldn't be able to do it when they were asked to do it once in a blue moon. So I suspect they probably enjoy doing the proper landings occasionally as well. Yeah, you can imagine there's lots of benefits to it. I remember watching a video on YouTube, but I can't remember if it might have been about the Elizabeth line, and I think he said, well, at first you're not sure whether you can trust it, and it would apply the brakes a lot later than you would do naturally, because of course it knows the exact optimum moment to do it. Yes, that's true. Yeah. I was going to take my throttle off there because we've got a neutral section coming up, but don't think we need to worry about that driving a diesel train. I mean, I know we had that situation where the pilot had gone for a toilet break and then come back to find he couldn't get in the door and the pilot wouldn't let him in, and then he proceeded to crash it. But of course these things are very few and far between. Well, the rate I'm going, because I mean, normally over the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've kind of gone through till 9 o'clock. So if we are a bit early, then I might give you the option of nominating your final run. Like it. Coming towards Falkirk High. Yeah, I mean that goes back to the, is it the 70s? Yeah, it might be an option for the final run. We're going to do, like I say, technically the final run, we're going to have a ride on the HST, which will be a nice run through the Forth Bridge. We're going to take that through to Markinch. I think there might be time for another run yet. Yeah, and as I say, I suspect if you asked 90% of the passengers who travel on the Victoria line every day, and you know there must be millions every week, I suspect that most of them would have absolutely no concept at all that it's automatic train operation. Wow. We are shut, aren't we? No, we're still open. I thought I'd closed them. We can get the beep beep from the guard again. Okay. Yeah, I can well imagine. I can well imagine, and it's amazing what's possible. I mean, really, from the car point of view, it's sort of, anything that can prevent car accidents and prevent a car from hitting another car would be absolutely incredible, really. And if he could more or less rule out the possibility of any sort of road accidents at all, it's got to be a absolutely brilliant thing. There was a retired ATO tube driver, or he was kind of retiring, um, who posted some stuff. I think it was last year, and I think he did comment about kind of ATO. I think he said, he obviously had to do a bit of driving non-ATO, but I think he preferred the ATO bits. I mean, I could be wrong, but I assume that they have to train to fully understand and operate it as though it wasn't ATO, and I'm guessing they probably get the same rate of pay. Yeah, it's amazing what can happen or will happen. And I guess, I mean, nothing's perfect. No computer's ever going to be 100% right, but it's probably a damn sight more careful than a real driver. Yeah, I'd imagine it was a bit on the scary side. Right, Polmont is next. Yeah, they don't always know what's up with it though. I remember mine coming up with drivetrain, which was kind of a generic term basically for anything that operates the thing. And they kind of said, we don't know what it is. We've checked this, we've checked that, we've checked the other, and they never got to the bottom of what it was. We switched it off for you though, so it should be all right. You press open door and it takes an absolute age before it actually materialises. I guess that's true to life. I thought I'd pressed that at the start of things. I don't think it works properly, does it? By the way, since I've moved over to Train Sim World, is the sound balance alright? Can you hear the train okay? Is it coming through quite decent? Oh, excellent. Yeah, good to hear. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that I can imagine. That I can imagine. Yeah, very much seems to be on the. It seems to be an issue with them, doesn't there? I think different things affect different times. I mean, we had that boy racer thing in the kind of late 80s, early 90s. And you had things like the XR3i and the XR2 or whatever it was, you know, the Fiesta one. Sierra 4x4, was it, Cosworth thing? They were all like proper boy racers cars. Again, when they first came out, I don't think they were too expensive to insure, but became very expensive because of boy races and the like. Well, there's a strange point, mate, because yeah, I've spent all my life in the insurance industry, to be honest with you. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yes, I certainly know. Yeah, I know of him. Yeah, yes, indeed, very much so. Yeah. Everybody getting on here. Right, so we're kind of getting towards the end of this run, aren't we? Well, say kind of getting towards the end. It's Haymarket, then it's Edinburgh Waverly, one of the great stations in Scotland. Hello. By the way, Harry. I've only just spotted you there. That's good to see. New figure. I started live at 5 o'clock, so we started off with a run up the West Coast main line from Carlisle through to Glasgow Central and the Pendolino, and then we've done a run around the Cathcart Circle and now run to Edinburgh, and then next up we're doing a run from Edinburgh to Markinch in a ScotRail HSD. And probably finish up about 9 o'clock, I think. So the way things are going, I mean, it's 10 to 8 now. There might be a chance for a bit of a Brucey bonus and a final run. And of course, if you get the chance and you want to look back the video once we finish, then of course it's all available, and have a check through and have a look through some of the other videos. And if you're liking the video, as I always say, and you want to like and subscribe, I'd be really grateful. If you put the notifications up as well, it'll let you know when there's another live stream on. At the moment I'm trying to do this 5 o'clock on a Sunday, which seems to be working quite nicely. Thank you. Yeah, let's hope so. I think there will be time. I sometimes get the feeling as we come towards the end of Sunday and 9 o'clock-ish, that it seems as though things seem to pick up a little bit, but the problem is I've still got to get up fairly early tomorrow, so I can't go on forever. We had Matt Pedleston earlier on. Well, I don't know, he might still be going actually. 2-day live stream charity, which is amazing. Absolutely right. This is kind of the fast bit of the run as well, because we're cleared. Well, we're clear for 100 at the moment, but we're not going to get there because we've got a 90 coming up after, not this signal, but just after the next one. That's better. Well, at least an hour anyway. What is it now? Is it 10 to 8, I think? 7 minutes to 8. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Matt Penston with his stream, yeah. That's amazing, really, isn't it? Was it 12 hours for each of the 2 days? Wow, look at those colours and it heading towards the sun. Just that morning, early morning sunshine. Yeah, just a strong bladder, I think. Yeah, I do indeed. I must admit, I have the same thing about when I go to air shows, particularly with the air tattoo at Fairford, and you know, you're arriving there early hours of the morning. You don't leave till kind of 7 o'clock at night. But it's kind of that balance, because sometimes it's going to be a warm day, so you know you've got to drink a bit, but kind of mindful of not having the chance to go to the toilet with the, you know, with the big tripod and the big camera equipment and stuff. I know, absolutely right. Even then I go too fast sometimes. We've got this 80 coming up. Dovetail and their amazing tips. Love it when you go over a viaduct. I think somebody was commenting when it first came out. I don't think it's massively realistic and true to life, but it still looks pretty decent. I must confess, it's one of those routes that I kind of thought would be more exciting than it was when it came out, and I've not done endless runs up and down. It's all right once in a while, but can start to get a tad boring. What is the top speed in this thing anyway? I'm not even sure it can get up to. No, 90. There you go. Sometimes the lighting in Train Sim World, it isn't absolutely amazing, but other times you can think, wow, it looks fantastic. There's a possibility we could see a Edinburgh tram shortly. I think they're a bit few and far between. Edinburgh Gateway, I think. We did get a double yellow there, didn't we? So we've got to concentrate a bit here, because presumably the signal's going to be before we get to Haymarket. Might be something going at the 5 circle, you never know. This is going to be one of those situations where actually there's Murrayfield rugby ground on our left. Well, with the underground, it's basically straight away. But with National Rail, if you get an upgraded speed limit, you have to wait until all of the train passes through. That looks like a yellow, doesn't it? Really does look like a yellow. That's quite confusing. That's what we're waiting for. This is this 385. There we go. We've got clearance. And the only exception, I mean, with the London Underground is those bits where it's actually dual, like on the parts of the district line, for example. So you'd have to obey National Rail rules then. And of course, if the speed limit's coming down, then the absolute front of the train has to be doing the lowest speed, and that's, you know, that's all about route knowledge and knowing, and that would apply with both London Underground and with National Rail trains. I mean, the interesting thing here, we've got HSTs, but of course, because this is the default Dovetail game stuff, then they're in Great Western Railway livery. But when we switch to the 5 Circle route, we've got it in ScotRail livery, because that was the mod done by that guy called Forks. Good question. I can't remember actually. You can on some units. You certainly can on the Pacer on Blackpool branches, which might get a run out next week. There you go. Hang on. Oh no, that's the blind, isn't it? No, I don't think we do have a button for the fan. No. Windows open, of course. Oh, very much so, yeah. And I'll tell you what's brilliant. I mean, it's set in the 1980s. But they've got both Blackpool North and Blackpool South, so you actually not only have Blackpool Tower when you come into Blackpool North in the background, but you've also got the Pleasure Beach as well on the Blackpool South branch. It's an amazing route actually. That came out last November time. Just Trains have done a great job on that. So I mean, that was kind of my thought perhaps for next week. It was perhaps a bit of a kind of a Just Trains look, so the Blackpool branches look, bit around Manchester, Piccadilly to Buxton, and Middle and Main Line as well. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And I don't know whether that's rose tinted spectacles or not, but it seems to have gone a little bit more, well, not a little bit more, a lot more chavvy, I would say. Yeah, I love the Middle and Main Line. So perhaps a couple of runs on that. So kind of Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton, I was thinking, and then maybe a Sheffield to Leicester, something like that, because that doesn't seem to get much of a outlook. That's probably going to be next week now. I've got to do a bit of downloading again because of me reinstalling Train Sim Classic from scratch again for the first time in, I don't know how many years, probably 10 years or more. I've got a suspicion that there is, I've got a feeling there is a Heart of Wales one. That we've certainly got the Welsh Marches route from Shrewsbury to Newport, Sadly, not. I mean, you can do Newport Bristol as well, or Newport Cardiff, but sadly not Crewe to Shrewsbury yet. Yeah, I think that's the only thing. It's kind of, it's good, it's scenic, it's lovely, and it's probably lovely to do in real life, but it's, you know, slightly boring, I guess, in Train Simulator. There's still something amazing about coming into Edinburgh Waverly station, though. I mean, I think if we do a final run after the next one, then it's only going to have to be about half an hour, I suppose. Let's try and get this a bit better up to the buffer stops than some of the ones we've done earlier in the evening. Oh yeah. Yes, all right. We're going to have to put it into neutral just so that we don't get that noise. Yeah, we should be all right now. Oh, just been decapitated by the door. Now the interesting thing is, on the 5 circle one, this Reed and Son suddenly becomes WH Smith because we've got a mod installed, and I think we got Starbucks rather than you know, that famous Kevco coffee. And these work as well. Anyway, let's get on to 5 circle. Coming next on Power Flower Trains and Planes, we finish up with a journey on the 5 circle with the fantastic ScotRail reskin of the HST, Edinburgh to Markinch. Right, okay, so let us load the game up again. I never actually thought of adding the exact times together in the journey, so I kind of realised I've got a bit more time on my hands. Yeah, I'm certain that there is a Welsh Marches one somewhere. There's also somebody that's done the Cambrian coast. It might even be the same man, but I've got a suspicion it's a little bit... I don't know how in-depth the routes are. I mean, you know, I'm not going to criticise anybody's route creating ability because I know just how much time goes into it, particularly when it's completely free as well. Right, 5 circle. And again, as this came out, it wasn't absolutely amazing, but with this timetable mod and the work that's got into it, it's a brilliant. Well, actually, no, we want custom weather. So we want Edinburgh to Aberdeen. I'll pick that one. There is a route somewhere as well. I mean, I did a video a few months back which extends it from Markinch with Train Sim Classic through to Dundee, and the route itself, it's got all the track laid through to Aberdeen, but it'd be a lot of work putting all the scenery in. There is some scenery around Stonehaven and Aberdeen as well though, so there's quite a bit of it done. I mean, the experts will say, but it hasn't got the plug doors. But it's still pretty impressive, I think. Right, let's get the train set up. See it better now. We're due away with an 8:30 departure. So we'll be stopping at Haymarket, Kirkcuddy and Markinch. I mean, actually, it is a 43-minute trip, so might not have a chance to do another journey yet. So it's 2017. That might actually take us neatly through till 9 o'clock. We'd lock the doors. Oh no. Right, okay. Oh, I like that. Departed at the same time as the... It's a 385 or a 380? 385, isn't it? We've got another ScotRail HSD as well, waiting to get into the platforms at into Edinburgh Waverly as well. Oh, what a busy old scene. Tell you what, before I mess around too much, let's wait until we get into Haymarket Station. And we get a 170 arriving into the platforms as well. And again, thanks to everybody that has watched, and hope you've been enjoying the stream. And if you're new to the channel and you want to like and subscribe, then I would be absolutely tremendously grateful. Sorry, doing a bit of weird jumping about there. Just waiting for the clock to tick round to 8:35. There we go. And away we can go. I mean, I've got to say, when this route did first come out, it was about Easter time. I mean, it was kind of good, but you got slightly bored with just the 170, and then there's an amazing timetable. Just added so much to it, really, and put a lot of variety into it now. And you can even drive the Azuma, and put it into diesel mode with again with the help of a mod. And I think, as Amazed Taze was saying earlier on, it's kind of just a pity that some of these things just not available for the console user. I think find a way of getting these mods to work. Maybe, I don't know, they could perhaps, if they could work a little bit more in conjunction with the modders. I know some of it's about performance and all that sort of stuff. Murrayfield rugby ground. Fair bit of detail. There we are, that's the inside of it. Never seen that actually. Didn't realise you could go through it. It's a pretty fast run, this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the thing that amazes me, and okay, I know there's like issues over copyright and so on, but for example, that auto announcement thing, that, I mean, somebody's knocked that up in just a few weeks. On Trainsim World 5, and if they can do it, then there is talent out there. There's people that can do these things, and it wouldn't, you know, if they were going to offer to pay them a little bit for doing it, then it would all be a win-win situation. And some of these things perhaps you could just get into consoles as well then. I mean, the moment this amazing mod was brought out, it was like a whole new route in its own right, really. And I think they've got some trees off Blackpool branches to improve the shrubbery a bit as well. I know we've got the Leven branch coming out, hopefully in the not too distant future. Yeah, it's made a huge difference, hasn't it? It really has made a huge difference. And I'll say it a million times, I mean, I love Trainsim Classic, but there's so much faffing about with it, and I mean, these mods you just install in seconds, the PCs. Still seems strange, doesn't it, seeing these HSDs, which were the absolute pinnacle of British engineering in the 70s, on local, basically almost DMU type services. We've got the 80 and then the 50, and of course we've got one of the great bridges in the world coming up with the 4th railway bridge. I mean, we had 5 Circle for Trainsim Classic and quite bored with it really, and I've much enjoyed it I've enjoyed it a lot more on Train Sim World. I mean, I know the licensing thing's a bit complicated, but yeah, absolutely, yeah, yeah. And I mean, they were. I mean, I look back, I remember the APT so well, and I'm sure they could have made it work. It was all kind of, there was too much pressure put on, and they were trying to make it work properly at a time when the weather was absolutely awful. But it was a shame to see, and as you say, the Pendolino's now tremendously successful. But it was basically, it was us that created it. Tired of seeing that though. Absolutely incredible. Remember, I think it was the winter of '81 when it kind of was in the full blaze of publicity, and the APT was on the telly every day with it breaking down this, that and the other. Then it quietly went away, disappeared from the headlines, and they kind of brought it back on a regular basis, but it was still a very, very limited form. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I've seen many videos with Kit Spatman in, and very interesting actually to listen to him on the videos. Yeah, I mean, essentially, Thatcher absolutely hated the railways. I don't think there was nobody can have any doubts about that. And the thing was, a lot of the time, there was a reluctance even to allow British Rail to spend its own money. They weren't allowed to even do that. And it wasn't even sometimes about government funding. Yeah, you could just appreciate his enthusiasm listening to the videos. I think he was from Derby, wasn't it? And part of the development centre there, I think, wasn't he? I mean, I love hearing stories about the APT. That's another thing, I like driving the APT on Train Sim Classic. I mean, you're almost guessing as to whether the sounds are correct because nobody can remember exactly. There isn't enough footage really of them operating to generate realistic sounds. mean, as I think my brother was saying the other week, but we were talking about the APT, and I think the funny thing is, basically it would be a Rallycan probably going out of service now. Oh yeah, I'd love to have the APT in Train Sim World. Yes, yeah, I remember it, yeah. And, you know, if you got the train from Derby to Nottingham, I mean, I was always coming from Stoke, and it always seemed slightly odd, because you went into Derby station and then you kind of reversed back out, but it was to take the lines up to Nottingham, and of course you went past all the research. Well, yeah, I couldn't remember actually. I knew it was technical centre, but I kind of forgotten what it stood for. But yeah, railway, I do remember it well. Of course, all the sidings are still there, but I think it's just, I suppose, just part of East Midlands Railways kind of depot carriage sidings these days. Remember going to, I think it was the Derby Works open day, and I couldn't be 100% sure on the year, but I think 1982, and I remember walking around. They got a Mark III sleeper carriage on display, because of course they were just being brought out, and you were able to actually walk in the inside and have a look at it. But again, old history now, because they've been replaced and we've got the new Mark V's. I mean, I'd love to see the real APT back on the tracks, but surely that'll never happen. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember I went to Derby Works in '82, and then Crewe Works open day in '84, I think, maybe. Either 83 or 84. And I remember seeing, there was a 56, they actually did a naming ceremony. If I had to guess off the top of my head, I'd say it was 56133. I could be entirely wrong with that, but it was certainly named Crewe Locomotive Works. And the Derby one, though, you could actually go in the cab of they had got the APT there, and you could actually go in the cab, so obviously not moving or anything, and there's no electric wires around, but that's the only time I've ever been in the cab. I've been to the Crewe Heritage thing, and I've seen it there, but I've never been in it there. I haven't been there for a few years either, come to that. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Again, I remember them being built, because another thing about Crewe was that you used to be able to go on a Sunday, and you got to the right time. There was, I can't remember, they didn't charge you very much, but they took you on a kind of a tour without any commentary, but it was obviously guiding you around the right places, and there was some 56s being built then. Some were built in Romania as well, weren't they? But the other lot were built at Crewe Loco Works. I actually did record a video for YouTube. I mean, I've not got round to uploading it yet or finishing it off, but I did a rail tour run from Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton. In fact, it's a two-parter, because you started off from Wigan. I must get that put up sometime. Yikes. Getting a bit fast here. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's an incentive to actually get it put up. I mean, it's one of those runs, and the only thing that put me off slightly in putting it up because it kind of goes just stops at Stockport. Well, for part 2 anyway, stops at Stockport, and then it's Buxton. But it's a little bit slowish in between. But yeah, I've got it there, ready and waiting really, so yeah, I must try and get that. I'll try and get that put up. Yeah, an interesting area, wasn't it? And I remember Stratford always had a bit of a reputation for doing special paint liveries and turning them out very special occasionally. Yeah, I'll have to get round to putting that up. I mean, that's the one thing, because I've really enjoyed doing these live streams, and it's fantastic actually chatting, and I'm amazed by and pleased with the interest and everything. But I have let go a little bit the recorded videos, and I think the occasional midweek thing could go in a bit as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's kind of not. I don't know the era that well. It was only for rail magazines and all that type of thing. But sort of the Great Eastern Main Line in the time. I love this area here, by the way. That's an amazing scene, isn't it? Is this Burnt Island? But yeah, the old Great Eastern Main Line in that period. I know. That's the trouble. That is the trouble, unfortunately. And that's kind of why these live streams are much easier, because yeah, it's a lovely area, that really well modelled. But that's the trouble. If I do a recording video, I have to edit it, then let it build in Adobe Premiere to get all the bits and pieces in and get it right, and then upload it. And being out in the country a little bit, we've got fibre, but it's a little bit on the slow side. Yeah, it's an interesting area. I mean, when for Microsoft Train Sim, when they brought out that Great Eastern thing, that Making Tracks team, that was an incredible add-on. Loads of stuff in it for about £20, but kind of fascinated by the route ever since, really. So I do like that bit out of Liverpool Street on the Great Eastern Main Line. And I've realised as well, talking about the Great Eastern Main Line, with all the shenanigans about me Steam stuff, I kind of thought, right, it's about time I did a full reinstall, and in me haste I've forgotten to copy over. I'd still got that bit Ipswich to Norwich on Train Sim Classic, and of course that's all gone as well now, but never mind. Yeah, great old train. And I have to say, the out of the Armstrong Powerhouse locos that they brought out, I thought the 37 was one of the best that they produced. I would love to go on this route on real life, I have to say. Very, very scenic. I mean, I've done the Caledonian Sleeper a few times, but I've been to Inverness, I've been to Fort William. If I get round to doing it another time, perhaps do it the leg to Aberdeen. I've never actually been via the Forth Bridge in real life. Of course, they were very much a thing up in Scotland as well, weren't they, with the lots of the stuff that are all DMU operated nowadays. Yeah, it's incredible. I've done it a couple of times, and the last time was on the with the new Mark V, so it was amazing to actually be able to have a shower on the train, but yeah, absolutely lovely. And I kind of think you've got to I mean, you can theory and pick it up at various places along the route, but it was like, no, I've got to do it from Euston and sit in the club car, just have a bit of a meal on the way through. Which reminds me, I've still not watched any more of that stupid night sleeper drama that was on the other week. We watched the first part. I mean, it's a bit kind of cheesy and OTT and so on, but now this is Wraith Rovers football ground, isn't it? Some people might think, oh, it must be Kirkcaldy Athletic or something, but it's no, Wraith Rovers. I think they've done a good job modelling the stadium there. Yeah, it's great. I think they've got a new lounge as well at Euston, specifically for the Caledonian Sleeper. I think somebody, one of the regular YouTubers, showed off the new lounge at Euston. recently. Oh, I know who it was. It was Dale Charman, the tube guy. Strange thing is, I'm like limbering into the station like an old man, but we're about 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Oh yeah, definitely. Now that would be an experience and a half, wouldn't it, to leave Victoria? Even, you know, even if I wasn't heading overseas, but to actually have a day out on the Orient Express would be amazing. I mean, a couple of times when I've been to the Grand National at Aintree, I remember coming back, and I think they got the Pullman carriages at Liverpool Lime Street on a special going back, and you could see everything kitted out for dinner and all that sort of stuff. Looked amazing. Of course, because, you know, sort of the love of diesel trains as well, it wouldn't particularly bother me. It wouldn't have to be the Flying Scotsman at the helm. I'd be more than happy with a trip with a diesel pulling us along. I think again with, you know, the train sim stuff, I think we've had Pullman carriages done, the old ones for Train Sim Classic, but nothing as yet of that irk for Train Sim World. Yeah, it's a great livery, isn't it, how they've done it. Great livery. Hello there, LNER Azuma 800. Well, I remember you've definitely watched the stream before as well, so welcome back. Again, unfortunately, I'm kind of getting to that point where it is getting a bit late in the day. I've been streaming since 5 o'clock, so I've got to think about getting up early tomorrow. So this probably will be the last run of the day. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's incredibly exciting times for Train Sim World 5 and beyond. And I know you end up with lots of stuff that's been done already for Train Sim Classic, but that's kind of by the by, really. Yeah, excellent, LNER Azuma 800. I mean, again, I've got plenty of kind of runs Right, okay. I see. Yeah. I've got plenty of runs, you know, in the pipeline that I've thought about. I mean, one point, I mean, it might not be for a few weeks, but I kind of watched the LNER video with the 91 Leeds to King's Cross, and I thought it's about time I did that as a run on Train Sim Classic, the whole run, because I love driving the 91. Yeah, well, absolutely, and you know, I'm kind of busy, busy with work myself, and I think that's the thing. And Amazed Tay says, you know, that's the only thing you're limited by with all this YouTubing and everything. It's just the time you've got to do these things. But I'm really glad and, you know, grateful. If you haven't already, by the way, and apologies if you already have, but if you would like to like and subscribe to the channel, that would be absolutely awesome from my perspective. Yeah, definitely. You can drive it in timetable mode. So again, this is providing you're running it on the PC. Then there's the mods on the Train Sim community website. You can get the livery from Creators Club. So point is, even if you're not driving it with the timetable, you can stick it down in free roam. But if you're playing it on the PC, you can download the Forks timetable, Train Sim community website, and it's all on there. You've got an upgrade to the scenery, a new timetable, and all that's included. You can drive the Azuma from Edinburgh to Markinch, and even with a mod you can put it into diesel mode from Haymarket. But like I say, if you are playing it on the console, you can still download the livery off Creators Club. That's it. I would see it. And I think I might have said last time, because I've got a feeling, I don't know whether it falls in with your work, Alani Arizuma, but, you know, again, if you want to watch back some of the stream from earlier on, then it's all on there. Yeah, London Commuters, excellent as well. London Brighton, I mean, there's a brilliant timetable that was created there by, I think it's that chap Joe, isn't it, at Dovetail Games, and absolutely, I mean, just to stand at Victoria Station at rush hour, or any time actually, there's stuff coming in and out all the time, so it's a lovely route. And then the West Coast Main Line, yeah, with the 710, loving driving that as well. Oh, excellent, Alan, the Azuma 800. Well, have a safe flight anyway. Well, okay, sorry, I see. I've got you confused, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, right, I've got you. Excellent. Well, it's good to see people from, you know, not from the UK, but being interested in British trains. That is amazing to hear. Yeah, train, yeah, I see. Yeah, wow, even better. Enjoy your train ride. Enjoy your train ride. Sorry, I was a bit too quick to jump to conclusions there, weren't I? What are trains like in Greece? Are they enjoyable? Would you like to see Train Sim World 5 with a Greek train? I'm guessing you would. Yeah, it's really good to hear, and thoroughly enjoyed talking to various people, and it's been another great stream. Really enjoyed it today. The Greek to Zero. Right, is that a thing? That's something I'll have to look up. I'll be interested to see some videos on that. Right, we're coming into Markinch then, our final destination. So apologies, I kind of said at the start, oh, I might do another run. But I'm kind of not allowing for the fact that this would take 45 minutes. So it's probably just asking a bit too much. Yeah, I must look that up, the Greek to Zero. Intrigued by that. Just a shame, really, to end the fact this route ends in Markinch. I mean, it's got to end somewhere. It probably goes farther than I would have expected, really. I probably thought it would end at Kirkcaldy, but it still feels a slightly nothing location to end with. Yeah, thank you very much, Amaze Taze, and I've enjoyed it again. It's been great to have the comments and feedback. I tell you what, the time absolutely flies by when people are putting the comments up, and you put up lots of comments. Very much thanks for that. Really enjoyed the chats and all the conversation. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? It'd be great to see a route in Greece. Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, see you all next week. And again, I always say this at the end of the video. Yeah, thanks for watching LNER Zoom at 800. As I say, once it's finished, you can watch bits and pieces for the start if you get the time, or watch on another day. It'll all be available to watch again. Thanks very much. Thanks to everybody for watching. It's been really appreciated. And again, just one last appeal, really, but anybody that has enjoyed it, please like and subscribe. Click on the notifications button as well. It'll tell you when the next videos are coming up. And I will try and get round to putting up some recorded videos as well. when time allows. But that's been another night of Power Flower trains and planes, and until next time, from me, it's good night.